You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live.
Strong
SEC,
opinions.
ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers, Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Eli and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers, Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
locked down.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
man.
porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Come at the King, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha!
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing because what happens if you just end up with like two loser dudes sharing the same crappy apartment for a couple years? It's been known to happen. Both working part-time at the pizza place, hanging out every weekend. A few years goes by, boom, they're married. See them at a party, they're newlyweds. I didn't know Tony and Jim were gay. They're married now? When did they fall in love? They didn't. They just never got full-time jobs. Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika. And Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17. Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, doing the challenge. Try this one. Best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. 37 of the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice doesn't even stop it. Oh, please.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Baerga is 0 for 3.
Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship. You're in Braves country.
You're listening live. We're coming to you from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and American Family Field, and the stage is set for Game 2 of the National League Division Championship Series between your Atlanta Braves, the champions of the National League East, and the Milwaukee Brewers, winners of the NL Central. I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you the action this afternoon. In a best-of-5 series, the Braves trail Milwaukee 1-0, and it will be Max Fried that will take the hill tonight for the Braves, and for Milwaukee, it's Brandon Woodruff. So pull up a chair, crack you open a cold one, and get ready for Game 2 of Brewers Braves baseball right here on YouTube Live. Welcome, folks. I'm Mac McGee, and thank you for joining us today as we are set to bring you the action. We're just moments away from the first pitch, so let's go ahead and dive into what should be one heck of a ball game, and let's go ahead and get into the lineups as the Braves will be leading off today. Top of the first, it will be Jorge Soler batting right, hitting .223 on the year, 27 home runs, 70 RBIs, and 749 OPS. Freddie Freeman is hitting second and playing first base. He's got a 300 average, 31 home runs, 83 RBIs, and an 896 OPS. It'll be Ozzie Albies playing second base and hitting third. He's a switch hitter from the right side of the plate today with much more power, hitting .259 on the year, 30 home runs, 106 RBIs, and a 799 OPS. And Austin Riley, 303 with 33 home runs, 107 RBIs, and an 898 OPS. And Adam Duvall is back in center and hitting fifth. He's got a .228 average with 38 home runs and 113 RBIs, 113 RBIs along to go with his 772 OPS. And Eddie Rosario, batting left-handed, hitting .259, 14 home runs, and 62 RBIs. Travis d'Arnaud will be behind the plate, and he'll be hitting seventh from the right-hand side, hitting .220 with 7 homers and 26 RBIs. And Dansby Swanson is at short and batting eighth, 27 home runs and 88 RBIs. Max Fried will take the hill for the Atlanta Braves today with his 14-7 record, a 3.04 ERA, a 1.08 WHIP, and 8.6 strikeouts per 9 innings. He's given up 16 home runs on the year in 33 games. The Brewers lineup will look like this. Looking at the defense going around the horn, Luis Urias will be playing third. At second, you'll have Colton Wong. Shortstop is Willy Adames, and Eduardo Escobar, who played third yesterday, will slide over to first. In your outfield, Yelich is back in left. In center, it's Lorenzo Cain. And out and right, it's Avisail Garcia. Brandon Woodruff is on the hill. He's got a .256 ERA and a .976 win, a 9-10 record, because he has the lowest per game average of runs scored for him when he is on the mound this year at just 2.5 runs per game scored on the average. He strikes out 10.6 batters per 9 innings, walks 2.2 per 9, and has given up 33 home runs in 30 games. Colton Wong will be leading off for the Brewers in the bottom of the first, batting .272. Willy Adames will be hitting second and playing short with his .262 average and 25 home runs. And Escobar will be batting third today against the lefty Max Fried. He's batting .253 and 28 home runs. But we'll get more into that in the bottom of the first inning. We're getting set for the first pitch here as the Braves are looking to try to get on the scoreboard earlier They squandered an opportunity yesterday, having runners on first and third, nobody out in the first. Ozzie Albies drilled one to first base, and it turned into a double play as Soler was gunned down at the plate. Soler's taken his last few practice swings, and we are getting set here for Braves baseball. I'm Mac McGee. I'll be bringing you the action the rest of the afternoon. So enjoy it, and hopefully the Braves can get us a W, much needed, in a best-of-5 series. Game 3, it has been announced, will be played Monday afternoon at 1 o'clock Eastern. We will have the action here. And if there is a Game 4, it is set right now for it to be a 5 o'clock start. That would be contingent on whether or not the Dodgers and Giants go a complete 4 games. So obviously, if it ends up being Atlanta and the Milwaukee is the only series left, they would then push the Braves Brewers up to 8 o'clock Eastern. But as it sits right now, if they go 4 games apiece, at least, Tuesday night will be Atlanta at 5 o'clock and Dodgers Giants at 9 o'clock. We're getting set for action. Manny Pena is behind the plate for the Brewers, batting right-handed, and he will be taking pitches from Brandon Woodruff, whose 2.56 ERA is just barely above Corbin Burns that Atlanta had a hard time with yesterday. We're set for action. The shadows are starting to creep across the field, so it shouldn't be as much of an issue as it was at the very beginning of yesterday's game, which is a tad earlier start. But the pitcher and the batter's box are in the shade, and here we get set for the first pitch of Game 2 of the National League Division Series. It's a fastball swung on and missed, 98 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 0-1 to Jorge Soler. Jorge Soler is 2 for 6 lifetime with no extra base hits against Brandon Woodruff and no RBIs. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Woodruff, and it is a fastball inside, 97 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Had a little bit of a sinking action. That might have been Woodruff's sinker. If you're just joining us, we're just getting underway. Braves Brewers, pull up a chair. Here we go. 1-1 pitch, and it is wide and outside, slider towards the dugout, and it's 2-1. Freddie Freeman stands on deck. Atlanta getting ready for the next pitch as Woodruff rocks and fires, and it is a fastball popped up high and out of play to the right-hand side back behind the plate, and we'll do it at 2-2. Braves Brewers. Atlanta dropped the game yesterday 2-1. To much of the chagrin of some fans, Jock Peterson was not put in the starting lineup. I believe Snicker really enjoys having him to come off the bench as he had a solo shot in the 8th to cut the lead in half to 2-1. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Soler, and it is a fastball popped up high. It's a can of corn, and it'll be shallow in the right field, and underneath it is Garcia, and there's one away. That'll bring Freddie Freeman to the plate. We will keep you abreast on everything going on around the world of college football and the scores as the afternoon goes on. A quick update in Chapel Hill. Florida State is leading North Carolina in an upset right now. They're coming towards the end of the half. It's 21-10 Seminoles over Tar Heels. Here comes the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. It's wide and outside, 97 miles an hour, sinker, and it's 1-0. The Georgia Bulldogs lead Auburn heading towards the half 17-3 as well. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is fouled back 97 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Freddie Freeman hitting 300 on the year with 31 home runs. He is 3 for 9 lifetime versus Woodruff with 1 home run and 1 RBI. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Freddie Freeman, and Woodruff fires and delivers. It's outside. Sinker outside the zone, 97 miles an hour, and it's 2-1. Capacity crowd in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And they're set for game 2. We're set for game 2. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's low and outside the zone. Looked like a changeup, and it's now 3-1 to Freddie Freeman. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Max Fried will take the pill today for Atlanta, has been Atlanta's hottest pitcher, though Morton pitched a great game up until the 7th inning yesterday. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it swung on and missed, and it is 3-2. Sinker outside the zone. Here we go. Full count to Freddie Freeman. Righty versus lefty. Woodruff versus Freddie. Top of the first in the NLDS. Here's the pitch. He rocks and fires, and Freddie fouls it back up against the screen, 98 miles an hour, and it is now 3-2 once again. If you missed it earlier, it was a wild one in the Red River rivalry. Oklahoma came all the way from behind after trailing Texas by 18 to win 55-48. Here comes the 3-2 pitch from Freddie. So he gets set, and it is a fastball, almost hits his hands inside. Freddie will get a free pass nonetheless, and the Braves have something cooking. It's 1 on, nobody out, with the left-handed hitting Ozzie Albies up to the plate. So he comes up. Of course, Ozzie is a switch hitter. Much more dangerous from the right side of the plate with power, but he can get into it from the left. Ozzie with 30 home runs on the year, 106 RBIs, 799 OPS, and he's a lifetime 2 for 9 against Woodruff. Here's the first pitch on the outside part of the plate, 96 miles an hour, and it is 1-0. Freddie Freeman on first, leading off. Braves trying to get something going here early on in the game. 1 on, 1 out. And the 1-0 pitch from Woodruff. And he rocks and fires 96 miles an hour right in Ozzie's kitchen. Swung on and missed, and it is 1-1. Austin Riley would be next. Vegas is expecting this a low-scoring ball game. The over-under for runs total is 7.5. Here comes the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's swung on 95 miles an hour, popped up high. That's a major league pop-up. It's heading back towards the left field line, foul, and what a grab by the third baseman, Luis Urias. He almost looked blind on that play as he just kind of stuck his glove out, and there might have been one of those as he's talking to one of his teammates, he just kind of stuck his glove out and got a little lucky there. That's one of those whoops, oops, and there it is. As he bangs into the tarps, and you can tell by his reaction when he went back to the infield, he said something to Adames. Adames started laughing, and I think they were both laughing about the fact that he didn't really know where that ball was. That's going to bring Austin Riley to the plate, and here comes the first pitch of the at-bat. It's 96 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 0-1. Austin Riley, 1 for 9 lifetime against Woodruff. That one hit was a single. He has drawn a walk. And Pena sits out on the outside part of the plate, gets ready for the pitch, and it is outside the zone, but Blue's going to give him the call. It's quickly 0-2. Braves nothing, Brewers nothing. And the Milwaukee crowd is going wild. 18th pitch of the inning. As we get set for the 0-2 pitch to Riley, they set up inside, and it is a fastball swung on and missed. It's right inside his kitchen. He couldn't catch up to it. Little high outside the zone, and that'll do it. We head to the bottom of the first inning. Milwaukee will grab the bats.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Uno Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! I'm out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves failed to score in the top of the first inning. It is 0-0 as we head to the bottom of the first, and the Milwaukee Brewers will be sending Colton Wong to the plate to face Max Fried. The Atlanta Braves are trying to get off to a better start than they did yesterday. Did not score until the 8th inning yesterday and put a lot of pressure on not just the starting pitching, but also the bullpen. They were able to get a solo shot, and they got a rally going in the top of the 9th inning, but just failed to connect as they had runners on the corners with 2 away. And Josh Hader got the final out of the game for Atlanta. Here's the first pitch from Fried, and he fires it across the plate. It's 0-1. Atlanta trails the series 1-0. Here comes the first pitch or second pitch, and it is outside, swung on, fouled back by Wong, and it is 0-2. Max Fried sits back from the 0-2 pitch, gets ready to fire it. And it is banged foul towards the dugout, 76-mile-an-hour curveball, and it'll be 0-2 once again. Max Fried's been one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball over the last several weeks, We're all hoping that continues today. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it's outside 95 miles an hour, about 3 to 4 inches outside the zone, and we'll do it again at 1-2 is the count. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a curveball popped high and towards the warning track. Adam Duvall's got a beat on it, and he'll put her away easily for out number 1. That ball was hit right at Duvall. Perfect defensive alignment. Wong, that was his first career at bat against Max Fried. Of course, he started his career with the St. Louis Cardinals. I would tend to think that when Fried hit the hill, Wong was probably benched for a couple of their right-handed guys, but he's been quite the catalyst for the Milwaukee offense at the top, so they started him today. Here's the first pitch, curveball missed outside the zone, and it's 1-0 to Willy Adames. The Milwaukee shortstop is hitting .262, 25 home runs, 73 RBIs on the year, and 818 OPS, 94 miles an hour inside, and it's smoked down the third base line, just foul. That'll be 1-1 as he looks like he's going to have to go get another bat. Looks like it might have broke yesterday. When Velez's bat broke, he came back and hit one out of the park. So here we go as Adames sands down the handle and gets it to his liking, stands on the on-deck circle, and he's heading back to the plate with a brand new bat and a 1-1 count from Max Fried. Atlanta will have game 3 in Atlanta, 1:00 Eastern on Monday. Here goes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball on the inside part of the plate, and it is 1-2. Willy Adames digs in, and fastball outside the zone, does not give it chase, and it is now 2-2. Braves nothing, Brewers nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 95 miles an hour just inside the zone, and he was unable to catch up with it. And there are 2 away in the bottom of the second inning. Great location by Max Fried, and he's hitting that pitch. When he has that control and is controlling the curveball, he is a very tough customer to deal with. Let's hope that continues. College football scoreboard here in a minute. Here's the first pitch to Eduardo Escobar. He swings it and dribbles it over to short. Dansby's on it. He fires it over to first, and that'll end the first inning. Milwaukee nothing, Atlanta nothing. The Braves will grab the bats, and we'll be back in a flash.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Milwaukee Brewers are scoreless, and we are heading to the top of the second inning. The Atlanta Braves will send Adam Duvall, Eddie Rosario, and Travis d'Arnaud to the plate to face Brandon Woodruff. Brandon Woodruff, 18 pitches in that first inning. We get set for the first delivery of the second inning. And Duvall has been in quite the slump, one hit in his last 30. And here he digs in as the number 5 hitter. Little surprised that Snicker didn't drop him a little bit down in the lineup. You do need to keep him in. He gives you such a dangerous bat there. And here comes the first pitch to Duvall, and he swings at a curveball, and he hits it sharply to third base. It's going to be an easy out as they fired across the infield and quickly one away from the defensive play by Luis Urias. Rosario will head to the plate. Eddie Rosario, 271 on the year. As he is digging in, this is a lefty-righty matchup, and the Braves hoping to crack the scoreboard. And one of the things you have to look at for Atlanta going into this game, they rely heavily on the home run. And so the one thing Woodruff and Burns do, they keep the ball down. So it's the battle of the haves and have-nots. And here comes the first pitch. It is a curveball called at the knees, and it's strike number 1. Rosario has faced Woodruff before. He's 2 for 5 lifetime. 1 walk, no extra base hits. And here comes the 0-1 pitch to Rosario. He shows bunt. He drops one down. It is a perfect drag bunt, and it's going to just die in the infield. And it looks like it's going to just go foul right before the third base bag. It's a good idea by, well, maybe okay, I see what happened. The ball died, and Urias just kind of pushed it foul to try to give it some kind of he kicked it foul. So it is a single. It is a base hit. He let it roll so long, and everyone was kind of mesmerized. I think Rosario may have been able to actually steal second on that, but it would have been pretty gutsy to do. So you got a runner on first, 1 away, and Travis d'Arnaud to the plate, who's been struggling himself, and the first pitch is low and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Good piece of hitting by Rosario. They were playing him in a shift, and he just dropped it down, knowing if he could get it fair, there was no way they were going to get him. Rosario with good speed. Here's the 1-0 pitch to d'Arnaud. It is 96 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 1-1. Later on tonight, you do have Giants versus Dodgers. Game 2, the Dodgers dropped game 1 4-0 to the Giants. If you missed that one, that went late into the night. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Woodruff, and it is swung on and missed way outside the zone, and it's 1-2. sinker that sinks right outside the zone. College football scoreboard, number 19, Wake Forest trails Syracuse 21-17 in the second half. Brewers are playing for the pull and close to the bag to turn two, possibly. Here's the 1-2 pitch set up outside the plate, and it is wild pitch, got away, and Rosario is easily going to get to second. In fact, he takes a long, wide turn at second, threatening to go towards third, but he'll slam on the brakes as that ball popped in front of Manny Pena, took a high hop, and for a split second, he didn't even know where the ball was. So Rosario took advantage, and that's why he did that wide turn, because that would have went on for a second or so longer. Rosario might have been standing at third. There's one away, 2-2 pitch to Darnaud, and it is sinker inside. They looked down at first to see if he offered. He did not, and it is a full count to Travis Darnaud. Atlanta, nothing. Brewers, nothing. Top of the second inning. Here comes the 3-2 pitch from Woodruff as he looks back over his shoulder to keep Rosario close. He rocks and fires and is swung on and missed right inside the zone, inside part of the plate, high, and that's been a strikeout pitch for Woodruff so far, and it is 2 away here in the top of the second inning. Darnaud strikes out, and that will bring Dansby Swanson to the plate with Max Fried on deck. Be interesting to see if they pitch around Darnaud, but remember, not only is Max Fried a decent hitting pitcher, he's also a lefty. So it's not quite the advantage that you normally get with a pitcher versus pitcher matchup. But obviously he's not the polished hitter that Dansby Swanson is. So we'll see how they attack this at bat. The first pitch to Swanson, and it is a fastball fouled back out of play, and it's 0-1. 96 miles an hour up in the zone. Swanson couldn't quite catch up to it. Woodruff will be delivering his 29th pitch of the game when we get the 0-1 delivery. Welcome to Braves baseball. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. I think we can all enjoy it a little more if Atlanta gets a run here. Here's the 0-1 offering from Woodruff. See, gets set. Digs in, and it is 97 miles an hour outside the zone. Sinker missed, and it's 1-1. It looked like that it crossed up Pena, the catcher, a little bit. I believe Woodruff was trying to go inside like he had done with Darnaud, but just did not have the right touch on it and almost threw that one wild. Here we go. 1-1 pitch to Dansby, and it is swung on and missed inside part of the plate, maybe a little bit off, and it's 1-2. Good pitch by Woodruff. One of those hard to lay off inside pitches. As the Brewer crowd gets standing up and getting wild, they're hoping to get out of this inning right here. Dansby Swanson digs in, gets set for the pitch. And 1-2 pitch. It is ripped by Swanson to the left-hand side of the infield, but it is quickly corralled by the shortstop, Adames. Adames fires it across the infield, and it's out number 3. So we'll head to the bottom of the second inning. Atlanta nothing, Milwaukee nothing. We'll be right back.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Will you don't give me that?
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming, and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. As the Atlanta Braves and Milwaukee Brewers are scoreless, we are heading to the bottom of the second inning. And let's hit the college football scoreboard for you really quick. Louisville all over Virginia, 30-13 in the third quarter. The Georgia Bulldogs are up 17-3 over Auburn, as they're playing that game on the Plains. Georgia, a heavy favorite in that game. Middle Tennessee State trailing Liberty 26-7. And the Florida State Seminoles lead North Carolina 21-10. Carolina is driving. Oklahoma beat Texas earlier. Ohio State drilled Maryland, and Michigan State blew out Rutgers, while the Gators blanked the Vanderbilt Commodores, and the Tennessee Volunteers won 45-20 over South Carolina. Here comes the first pitch from Max Fried, and it is swung on and fouled back. It is 0-1. Avisail Garcia digs in with his 29 home runs. Garcia is yet to face Max Fried in his career. So here we go. The 0-1 pitch, and it is looked like it was missed just a tad inside, and it is 1-1. Garcia, of course, spent most of his career in the American League. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Nasty slider at the knees, and it's 1-2. Got a great pitching duel for you today, as we did yesterday. Morton and Burns, worth the price of admission. We expect the same from Fried and Woodruff. Here's the 1-2 pitch fouled back to Garcia, and it's do it again at 1-2. A lot of folks feel like the first of three in this game will win. That's assuming that Fried can go deep into the game. We know about Atlanta's bullpen woes. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Fried, and it is a nasty slider at the knees, swung on and missed, and it's strike three. One away to begin the bottom of the second. Just went inside and challenged him. One of those pitches you just cannot, you can't defend the entire part of the plate. He was probably looking for something outside. And that's going to bring up Christian Yelich. Christian Yelich, 248 hitter with 9 home runs on the year. He digs in lefty versus lefty and 94 miles an hour inside, and it's 1-0. He was 0 for 3 yesterday with a walk and a strikeout. Yelich is 3 for 11 lifetime against Max Fried. No extra base hits and 2 strikeouts and a walk. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Curveball laid across the center of the plate, and it's 1-1. Yelich did not offer at it. And here comes the 1-1 pitch from Fried, and it is a fastball hit the other way through the infield in between Dansby and Riley between second and third, and that'll get a 1-out base runner on going here in the bottom of the second inning. Fried put it on the outside part of the plate, and he just kind of poked it back where it came from. Didn't try to do too much with it. Got his hands through on the swing. We quickly in Milwaukee have something brewing. That's going to bring up Luis Urias. If you're just joining us, the first inning blindly caught a foul ball over his shoulder, over his head. Here's the first pitch to Garcia, and there's a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. He's been very busy over there to start the game, as he's already been a part of 3 of the Braves' 6 outs. Here we go with the 1-0 pitch from Max Fried. He cocks and fires. It is another curveball in the dirt and not swung on, so it'll be 2-0. Max Fried struggling to find the plate here against Urias with the first 2 curveballs. See if he straightens one out here. On deck is Lorenzo Cain, and then the catcher, Manny Pino, is in the hole. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fried rocks and fires, and it is a fastball line drive to the shortstop. Dansby Swanson's got it, standing right there for out number 2. And that's all the action, as Yelich does not bite on it. He stays at first. So there are 2 away, perfectly defended. It's to be noted the Braves were not playing a shift there. It was more of a straight up defense. And I've noticed that already here in the game early on. Have not seen the many shifts you normally see with Atlanta. So we'll see if it's a different approach or if it's just early action that they're going to be going back and forth with. Here comes the first pitch to Lorenzo Cain. Fried rocks and fires, and there's a fastball, 96 miles an hour, hit high into left field, but it's going to die before it gets to the warning track. Rosario's underneath it. Cain gives a smack to his hands like, I just missed that sucker. Fried looks like he just saw a ghost. We head to the top of the 3rd inning. It's 0-0. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
Or limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards.
Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves get out of a little bit of a jam there in the bottom of the second inning, and it's 0-0. Really looked like when Kane hit that ball, it looked like he got a lot more of it than what he did. Just missed the sweet spot. And Atlanta going to try to get something going in their own right. We'll start off with the pitcher, Max Fried. But like I said earlier, he's batting .273 on the year. So he's not like a total waste of space at the plate like a lot of pitchers are. And with his speed, he's got a .649 OPS, a .273 batting average, 5 RBIs. Remember, he was the pinch hitter walk-off against the Marlins earlier this year. And here comes the first pitch. It's low and inside, and it's 1-0. He's yet to hit one out of the park. But other than that, Max Fried's had a very good year at the plate. Here's the 1-0 pitch, fastball fouled back, swung on, and it is 1-1. Max Fried trying to get on with his speed. Be a great catalyst with the top of the order coming up. It is a 1-1 pitch, curveball inside. Max Fried does not offer, and it's 2-1. Good eye by Max. We've got 2-1 pitch. Here's the delivery from Woodruff. He rocks and fires, fastball, 95 miles an hour, swung on and fouled back. It is now 2-2. Fried's at least making Woodruff work. Woodruff is about to deliver his 36th pitch of the afternoon. No outs here in the top of the third. Here's the 97-mile-an-hour 2-2 delivery, swung on and missed. Strike 3, fastball at the letters, and it's one away to start the top of the third. Atlanta Braves 0, Milwaukee 0. We're just getting underway here. We're the top of the third inning, game number 2. A huge game. And here's the first pitch. It's a curveball, and it's fouled away. It's 0-1 to Jorge Soler. Woodruff gets a new ball. He looks over to the dugout for a second, but now they're getting set. And here comes the 0-1 pitch to Soler. He's set up on the inside part of the plate. The 0-1 delivery. It's a fastball roped down the left field line, down the third base line. And Jorge Soler is going to be sliding into second with ease on a double. That ball was absolutely scalded past the third baseman, diving third base attempt. Absolutely scalded. like to see the exit velocity on that because I guarantee you it's well over 100. In fact, Urias was playing the line, and that's how hard the ball was hit. He was playing the line, guarding the line, and it still got through. So Soler, a double with one away, with Freddie Freeman coming to the plate. Braves got something cooking here in the top of the third inning. They have yet to lead this series. And here's the first pitch, 96 miles an hour, fouled back by Freddie, and it's 0-1. Jorge Soler. Nice piece of hitting there. Looked like he was sitting dead red and just wanted to yank it. So Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. And here's the 0-1 pitch to Freddie. And it is low and outside the zone, 1-1. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Atlanta with 2 hits already. Second time through the lineup. Remember, both of these teams should have pretty fresh bullpens and the series goes to Atlanta on Monday. So there's no game tomorrow. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, sinker outside the zone, fouled over to the third base side, and it is 1-2. So both teams will be willing to dump out whatever arms they need to try to win this game. A pivotal game number 2. Milwaukee wins. It puts all the pressure on Atlanta heading back to Georgia for games 3 and 4. Both would be elimination games. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Freddie, and swung on and hit foul, banged over to the Brewers dugout on the first base side, and we'll do it again at 1-2. If Atlanta can get the win, the pressure shifts over to Milwaukee as they know they could be risking the chance of not coming back home. So huge game number 2. And here comes the 1-2 pitch to Freddie from Woodruff. He rocks and fires, and it is a slider, and it is roped into right field. They're going to send Soler. Soler comes diving head first into home plate. He is safe. And the Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0. Great piece of hitting by Freddie as he hit it over the shift. And an even better job of Soler hustling and cutting that bag to be able to go from second to first with an outstanding relay by the right fielder, Avisel Garcia. It was a great throw. He absolutely put it on a line. And Atlanta leads 1-0. Huge to get a lead here. Head first slide. His left hand with the mitt just slid across the plate. Probably beat the throw by about a half second. And that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. In the first pitch, he swings it and bangs it over to the right-hand side. Luckily, it's foul, and it's 0-1. Number 19, Wake Forest leads Syracuse 26-21. We'll get you up to date on the other scores around college football. Florida State leads North Carolina 28-17. Middle Tennessee State keeping it close with Liberty 26-13 in the third. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie as he digs in his open stance, and it is popped up high. It is popped up deep. It is popped up over the right fielder's head off the wall. It looks like it's going to be a double, and Freddie's going to score all the way from first. Wash sent him from third. The ball hit the top of the wall. And what was confusing about that is in some parks that is considered a home run, but I believe in Milwaukee it is not considered a home run. So he just missed a 2-bagger. Ozzie Albies golfed one into right field. It went over the head of Garcia. Perfectly played by Garcia again, by the way. I can't tell you how well Garcia is playing right field. And he gets the carom, and the ball kind of died in front of him, so he had to charge back towards the wall to grab it. When he grabs it and corrals it, he then is very quick to get it back. The meantime, Freddie is cutting a rug going around the bases, and he goes flying around third and loses his helmet about halfway between third and home. He slides. It was a foot first slide, easily beat the tag. And they are reviewing. I think they might be reviewing to see if that is indeed a home run. Now we're going to get the call here, and it looks like it is a double. It is a double. And what are they're pointing at? Oh, okay. I saw Ozzie shaking his head, and I thought Ozzie was mad, but I think Ozzie was under the impression that that's a home run. But I read this a couple of days ago that the yellow part of the wall in Milwaukee is considered in play. It has to go over the wall. So there are other stadiums where it is considered a home run if you hit the yellow. But here comes the first pitch to Riley, 96 miles an hour, high and up inside, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. So an interesting turn of events. Atlanta leads 2-0, giving Max Fried quite the cushion. We're in the top of the third if you're just joining us. The Braves figuring out Woodruff. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Riley from Woodruff. It's a sinker, low it away, and it's 1-1. Alabama and Texas A&M get going here in a few hours. If this is still going on, we'll keep you in tune with all the SEC action. Georgia upsets Duke today, 31-27. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the outside part of the plate, and it is slider way outside the zone. It's 2-1. Riley digging in as Atlanta leads 2-0. Thank you for joining us today. Braves baseball. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and Riley smokes it over to third, but quickly picked up by Garcia. He has been a busy bee today. He fires it back over to first. Ozzie does not advance, so you've got 2 away, but hard hit. The Braves are pulling Woodruff and pulling them well. It's 2 away, and that'll bring up Adam Duvall. Adam Duvall is 0 for 1, swung at the first pitch, his first time up. He's 2 for 32 in his last 32 at bats and 17 strikeouts in the postseason. But you got to put that away and see what's here. He swings at the first pitch again, and it is dribbled down the line to Garcia. Garcia scoops it, fires it over third, and Duvall is once again an easy out. So the threat is killed, but not before the Atlanta Braves score 2 runs. Soler comes around to score. Freddie comes around to score. Atlanta 2, Milwaukee 0. We head to the bottom of 3. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your ex. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups to crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves have taken a 2-0 lead as we head to the bottom of 3, and the Braves jumping all over Woodruff, pulling him right down the line. And we'll be looking to see if this continues. It'll also be interesting to see how long they stick with him. Now, they do have a bit of an advantage being up 1-0 in the series, but they're also off tomorrow. And we all know with postseason baseball, you don't worry as much about wearing out your bullpen. And here we go for the first pitch from Max Fried. It is a nasty Uncle Charlie on the inside part of the plate. 0-1 to Manny Pena. Manny Pena, 189 on the year, 732 OPS, does have 13 home runs from the right-hand side of the plate. And TDA sets up inside, and it's 93 miles an hour up out of the zone. It's 1-1. Looking at Manny Pena, this is his first career at bat against Max Fried. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball missed inside, and it's 2-1. And Max Fried, 26 pitches on the afternoon, so we're looking good there so far. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Fried, and it is a fastball called for a high strike. Pena doesn't like it, but he's also a hind catcher, so he's probably not going to argue too much, just kind of mumbling as he's acting like he's adjusting his necklace, but you know he's saying something right there, something to the effect of, I hope I get that call too. And here comes the 2-2 pitch to Pena, and swung on, fastball hit back out of play, and it's 2-2. Have quite the upset brewing in Tar Heel country. North Carolina trails 28-17 to Florida State, and Florida State is driving. So Seminole fans have to be shocked by that, pleasantly surprised. Here's the 2-2 pitch, curveball outside the zone at the ankles, and it's a full count to Manny Pena. Last thing we want to do is get a runner on first to start this inning. Let's get a shutdown inning, Max. And here comes the 3-2 pitch from Max Fried. And curveball swung on and missed inside the zone, outer part of the plate. It's strike 3, and Max Fried has his third strikeout of the afternoon, bringing the pitcher and Brandon Woodruff to the plate. If you missed it earlier today, what an incredible finish in Oxford, Mississippi. Ole Miss edges out Arkansas. Here comes the first pitch to Woodruff outside the zone. It's 1-0. Fastball just missed outside. Number 17, Ole Miss, 52. Arkansas, number 13 in the land, 51. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Woodruff, and it's going to be a called strike at the knees on the outer part of the plate. It's 1-1. Arkansas went for 2 at the end of the game and just missed it. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Woodruff, and he chops it foul, and we will set it up again for Woodruff. A 1-2 count on Brandon Woodruff. See how Max tries to put him away. Here's the 1-2 pitch, fastball outside the zone, and it's missed for ball 2, and it'll be 2-2, setting up for Woodruff once again. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on, hit to the right side of the infield. Freddie's got it, scoops it over to Fried, and there are 2 away. And it's one away, or excuse me, 2 away, and that's going to bring the top of the order up. And Atlanta leading 2-0. Colton Wong 0 for 1 on the day, lefty versus lefty. And here we go. It is a fastball missed inside, and it's 1-0. Atlanta trying to even this series up at 1 apiece. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it's called for a strike. It's 1-1. Colton Wong gets set for the 0-1 pitch. It is a sinker, popped up high and over to short. Dansby Swanson's underneath it for an easy out, number 3, and we'll head to the top of the 4th inning. Atlanta 2, Milwaukee nothing. The Braves grab the bats.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field, marring the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshmazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshmazoli. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves. Baseball is the Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. And we will head to the top of the 4th inning. Atlanta able to get a couple of runs. If you just joining us at the previous inning, as they were getting some good hits, some good looks against Woodruff. Hopefully that continues. Atlanta trails Milwaukee in the series. They trail it 1-0. It is a best of 5. So it's not do or die per se tonight, but I think we will all admit if you don't get the W, it's going to be an issue. And here comes the first pitch to Rosario, and it is called for a ball. It's 1-0. Here's a dribbler on the left-hand side of the screen, and it will be dribbled over to the shortstop side of the ball, and he will grab it, gun it over to first, and there's one away. Here we go. So one away here in the top of the fourth inning. And that's going to bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. And here we go with the first pitch. And it is looked like a slider missed high and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud 0 for 1 on the day. Here we go with the 1-0 pitch to d'Arnaud. And it's 97 miles an hour outside the zone. It is now 1-1. Do apologize there for a split second. I had some technical difficulties, but it looks like I've got it figured out. So here we go with the 1-1 pitch. And rocked and fired, fastball right down the heart of the plate. It's 1-2. d'Arnaud just has not been hitting well. Not a lot you can do about it because Contreras is such a liability behind the plate. Here's the 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud. Swung on and missed high and outside the zone, strike 3. Would be interested to see how much longer they keep d'Arnaud in the 7th spot. Would you not think about moving Dansby Swanson up one slot in the order? Not saying he's an automatic out, but d'Arnaud has basically turned into an automatic out with very little pop. So that will bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. He is 0 for 1 today, batting .248, 27 home runs on the year. And the first pitch, the delivery swung on and missed 85 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 0-1. Here we go with the 0-1 pitch to Dansby. And here we go with the 0-1 delivery from Woodruff, and he misses it, bounces it up to the plate, and it's 1-1. Atlanta 2, Milwaukee nothing. They do have a slight shift on in the infield, but the second baseman is right of the second base bag. 1-1 delivery, curveball called for a strike. It's 1-2. If Dansby is able to reach, it would bring Max Fried and clear the pitcher spot this inning. So you'd love to do that. Max Fried led off the last inning, which led to 2 runs. So it's not all doom and gloom if they don't clear the pitcher spot here, but here comes the 1-2 pitch to Swanson and swung on, just got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 1-2. One-two pitch. Heading on its way to Dansby's going to step outside the box and ask for a little bit of time. Adjust his gloves, kind of Nomar Garcia Parra style. Will get set again here. 1-2 pitch. Dansby Swanson. And delivery wide and outside the zone, 98 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. Two outs. Braves up 2-0. Little bit of deuces wild here as Dansby digs in for the delivery and swung on and banged hard into right field. And Garcia's gonna get it. He took a couple of steps in, retreated, and just in time to be able to grab it on the warning track. That'll do it. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth inning. The Braves lead it 2-0. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville as Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, that looks like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead the Milwaukee Brewers 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Willie Adames, batting second in the order, will be coming up to the plate. It's Adames, Escobar, and Garcia due up. Max Fried, it's pitched pretty well so far. He's given up 1 hit through 3 innings, 3 strikeouts, and 38 pitches thrown. So here we go for the first pitch from Max Fried. He fires and delivers. It's a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Adames 0 for 1 on the day. Adames batting from the right-hand side of the plate, gets set for the second pitch. It's a curveball called strike, and it is 1-1, high in the zone, but it is a strike. Adames was 1 for 3 lifetime versus Fried going into this game. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it's low outside the zone, inside for ball number 2. Fried gets set, ready, fires and delivers. 2-1 pitch and slider up high, but enough to grab the zone, and it's 2-2. Braves 2, Milwaukee nothing. We sit here for the 2-2 pitch outside, and it's going to be a full count. 3-2 to Willie Adames. Atlanta trying to keep Adames off base with the heart of the order coming up. Dangerous spot in this game. Here's the 3-2 delivery, and it is banged foul, out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Atlanta leading 2-0, bottom of the fourth inning, and Max Fried gets sets to deliver. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is a fastball in the knees, called for a strike. Adames tried to coax the home plate umpire into giving him the ball as he started to walk down the line, but it is called for a strike, and it's out number 1 to start your bottom of the fourth inning. The four-seamer right there on the plate. Might have been a 50, might have just got a part of the plate, but definitely way too close to take with 2 strikes. And here we go with the first pitch to Escobar as he digs in. It's a fastball at the letters, and it's 0-1. Do have quite the upset brewing in Chapel Hill. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed for strike number 2. It's 0-2. Florida State leading North Carolina in Chapel Hill 35-17, and Carolina just turned it over on downs. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It swung on and missed right at the knees. It is 0-2, strikeout, and that'll be strikeout number 5 for Max Fried as there's 2 away quickly here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Other scores around college football, we'll get them up to date here in just a second when we have a breather. Georgia blowing out Auburn 27-10 in the fourth. Florida blanked Vanderbilt 42-0. Tennessee pounded South Carolina 45-20. Those are finals. And curveball high in the zone, called for a strike, and it's 0-1 to Avisail Garcia. Ole Miss wins by 1, 52-51. Here's a slider banged foul, and it's 0-2 quickly. Missouri all over North Texas 31-14 late in the second half. And here comes the 0-2 pitch, and fastball hit into left center field. It's going to drop for a single, and the Brewers have Garcia on with 2 away and Christian Yelich coming to the plate. Number 6, Oklahoma, 55-48 winners over Texas. Ohio State blew out Maryland 66-17, keeping their number 7 ranking intact. Michigan State all over Rutgers 31-13. They'll probably slide into the top 10 next week. And Max Fried fires it back over to first. Garcia's back in time, keeping Garcia at bay. Nice pickoff move by Fried. Garcia almost caught leaning. Penn State leads Iowa 17-10. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a curveball across the knees, and it is 0-1. Pitch to Yelich. Wind up in the delivery, and curveball way outside the zone. It's 0-2. 1-1, excuse me. 1-1 pitch from Fried. The lefty looks over to first to keep Garcia at bay. Darno sets up inside. He fires and fastball, and looks like Yelich went around. It was way inside, but it'll be 1-2 as he did offer at the pitch. Later on tonight, Michigan will take on Nebraska. Alabama will travel to College Station and take on Texas A&M. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Yelich, and it is fastball at the knees. That'll end the inning. What a pitch by Fried as he just registered his 6th strikeout of the game, and that's Braves 2, Milwaukee nothing. We'll be back in a flash.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey Scott, 35, 40. Run, Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey Scott, Lindsey Scott, Lindsey Scott.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz, quick flip, caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
Armchair.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta. Bob, it's okay to talk the talk if you can walk the walk.
Every morning, the Armchair Quarterbacks will be headed to Braves country. Along with the big headlines of the day, the Armchair Quarterbacks will be leading off with the Atlanta Braves. That's Braves country, weekdays on the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead Milwaukee 2-1. Excuse me, 2-0 as we're heading to the top of the 5th inning. It'll bring Max Fried to the plate, but after that, you've got the top of the order, and that is the recipe that we had in the 3rd inning that led to 2 runs. So maybe that'll be a magic recipe here as the Atlanta Braves will try to score again. It is Woodruff back out to the hill, 62 pitches into the game, and he fouls it back, and 0-1 is the count. Atlanta 2-0 over Milwaukee. Milwaukee leads the series 1-0. If you missed it earlier, game 3 will be 1 p.m. Monday. We will have the action. Here is fastball inside 96 miles an hour, and it is 0-2. Nice pitch by Woodruff. Woodruff trying to navigate through this inning. 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on, curveball in the dirt, strike number 3, and 1 away here in the Atlanta 5th. Jorge Soler will come up to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a scorcher he hit down the line. If you're just joining us, top of the 3rd inning, Soler roasted one down the third base line. Even with them playing a shift, He hit it past the third baseman. And here's the first pitch, 97 miles an hour, popped up high and out of play, and it is 2-0. Sorry, 1-0-1. Atlanta leads 2-0. 0-1 pitch heading to Soler. And Soler trying to get back on base, get things going here in the Atlanta fifth inning. You don't want to just leave it at 2 runs here. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, 97 miles an hour, just outside the block of the zone, and it's 0-2. A little too much for Soler to catch up to. Might have been looking for something off speed. Now there is a shift on. Urias, Adames, and Wong are all left of the second base bag. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's in the dirt for ball number 1. So anything hit to the right side is probably going to be a single. It's going to be very difficult to get anything through the left side. But Soler found a way the last time, so I'm not going to say never. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Soler, and he digs in, and it is fastball high and out of the zone, almost over the umpire's head, and it's 2-2 to Soler. 1 away. Freddie Freeman is on deck. Ozzie Albies is in the hole. Here we go with the 2-2 pitch to Soler, and it's inside. It'll be ball 3. It's 3-2. If you missed it last night, Giants beat the Dodgers, took a 1-0 lead in that series. The Astros beat the Sox. They're up 2-0 heading back to Chicago. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Soler, and he bangs it foul of the third base line, and it's 3-2. Do it again with the full count. The Boston Red Sox tied it up with the Tampa Bay Rays. The 2 American League series, they will resume tomorrow at 4:00 and 8:00 respectively. Houston looking to eliminate Chicago in the late tilt. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Soler, and he fires and blows a 98-mile-an-hour fastball up in his kitchen for strike number 3. And that'll bring Freddie Freeman to the plate. Freddie Freeman, who is 1 for 1 on the night, also drew a walk. He has scored a run. He has driven in a run. He digs in against Woodruff. Woodruff rocks and fires, and it's on the outside part of the plate. It is 1-0. Here we go with the 1-0 pitch to Freddie. And he fires it high up outside the zone, 98 miles an hour. And it is now 2-0. Two and 0 pitch to Freddie Freeman. They are playing him to shift, to pull on a shift, the right side of the infield. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Freddie. Oh, he almost pulled the trigger, but decided not to. 96 miles an hour in the strike zone, and it is now 2-1. Freddie Freeman. This is inside. It is now 3-1. Freddie Freeman digs in. And here we go 3-1 pitch to Freddie. Woodruff rocks and fires, and it is swung on and hit hard over into the shift as Wong was playing deep second, shallow right field. Freddie slams his helmet in disgust. It is a line drive out, a typical single. If there weren't for the shift, we will head to the bottom of the inning. The Atlanta Braves lead 2-0, middle of the fifth.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
Oh, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Mac McGee on the call here, and the Braves lead at 2-0. Hopefully we can keep the good times rolling as Atlanta came up empty in the top of the 5th inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Luis Urias is the batter as we get ready for the first pitch, get you caught up on the scoreboard around the college football land. We'll start with the Southeastern Conference, where Georgia is putting away Auburn 27-10. That game is pretty much a wrap. Florida blanked Vanderbilt 42-0 earlier today. Tennessee over South Carolina 45-20. Here's the first pitch from Max Fried, and it's outside the zone over 0-1. Ole Miss over Arkansas 52-51. That came down 2-point conversion that Arkansas missed at the end of the game. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Free, curveball at the knees, and in the zone, it's 0-2. Later on tonight, you'll get LSU, Kentucky, and Alabama, Texas A&M. Here comes the 0-2 delivery from Max Fried, and he fires and delivers. It is hit high and deep into right field. Soler is back up against the wall at the warning track, just gets underneath it in front of the right field sign. And Soler has kind of a smirk as he throws the ball back in, almost like, I bet you thought that was going out. And it's one away as they're showing the replay. A lot of Brewers fans, they've got like an eating area set up right behind right field wall. It's kind of a cool experience there for the fans. Soler caught the ball right in front of the wall. Don't know what he was laughing about, but it could have been something being said by a Brewers fan. And here comes the first pitch delivery from Max Fried, and it's a fastball to Lorenzo Cain. It's 0-1. Cain is 0 for 1 on the day at .257 batting average with 8 home runs and 36 RBIs on the year. Curveball in the dirt to Kane, and it'll be 1-1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Fried, and it's a curveball at the knees, called strike. Kane doesn't like it, but it was definitely in the zone. It is now 1-2. Virginia leading Louisville 34-33. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Max Fried. She gets he's going to step off the rubber, wants to reset with Darnaud. We'll do it again. Kane is at the bat. On deck is Manny Pena, and the pitcher, Woodruff, would be up fourth if anyone were to get on. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is fouled back, fastball, and it's 1-2 once again. One-two pitch. Delivery missed, low and outside the zone, and it's 2-2. It was a curveball in the dirt. Monday's game between the Braves and the Brewers, 1 o'clock Eastern. We will have the call. So if you're stuck at work, no worries. We will have the game for you here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. Curveball in the dirt, 3-2. And Ian Anderson is set to pitch for the Braves. They have not officially announced it for the Brewers, but one would think it's probably Peralta. He is on the playoff roster, and he is nasty pitcher. We know from experience from earlier this year. Here's the 3-2 pitch. It's hit softly over to the right side of the infield. Max Fried hops on it, turns it, fires, spins, throws over to first, and Kane is out by about a step or so, and there's 2 away. Kane was hopping past the plate, past first base. I think it might have just been in reaction and being called out. At first, it looked like he might have hobbled himself, but it looks like he is okay. The way he was hopping past first base, I thought for at first he might have done something to his hamstring, but I think now looking back as on it, it was just like a high skip in the air. So he thought he might be able to get on there. Max Fried, great defensive play, keeps him at bay. There are 2 away. Manny Pena comes to the plate. Woodruff is on deck. Pena gets on. You would think they'll probably lift him, trailing 2 in the 5th, but we'll see. It looks like Woodruff is grabbing a bat, but they do have action in the bullpen. Here's the first pitch by Max Fried, and it is a slider swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Oh-1 pitch to Manny Pena from Max Fried. Max rocks, fires, delivers, and it is fouled off. It'll be 0-2. Looked like a fastball that got inside part of the zone that he just banged foul. Went over towards the dugout. We get set for the 0-2 count. Oh, 2 count. From Max Fried. He sets to deliver. And the 0-2 pitch swung on and missed. Curveball at the shoelaces. That is strikeout number 7 for Fried. We will head to the top of the 6th inning. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life. which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. If you're just joining us, the Atlanta Braves lead this thing 2-0, scoring 2 runs in the top of the second inning. It does look like the Brewers will send Brandon Woodruff back out to the mound. He is due up in the bottom of the 6th inning. He'll be the first batter due up. So if there's any kind of a rally whatsoever, they will probably be quick to pull him, as they do have action in the bullpen. But Woodruff will begin the inning, and Ozzie Albies comes up to the plate from the left-hand side, open stance, and the first pitch is a fastball outside, and Blue's going to call it a strike. Ozzie asked him some kind of question, probably like, what the heck was that? But it is 0-1, definitely outside the zone. That wasn't even close to being a strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball swung on and foul back. It's 0-2. We've got the 0-2 count on Ozzie. No outs. Austin Riley's on deck. Duvall after him. Riley and Duvall, a combined 0 for 4 today against Woodruff. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ozzie, and it is a curveball high and outside the zone. It's 1-2. One-two pitch to Ozzie. Brandon Woodruff trying to navigate through the Atlanta Braves order for the 3rd time. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is fastball high outside the zone, and it is 2-2. We get set for the 2-2 count. Two-two pitch to Ozzie Albies. Austin Riley on deck. And swung on and missed strike 3, just outside the zone, up around the letters. Ozzie's got something to say to the home plate umpire, as he's probably still ticked off of that first pitch. It was way wide strike that was called a strike, kind of set the tone for the at bat, and it is now 1 away. And here comes Austin Riley. Austin Riley doesn't look like he has had much of a success picking up Woodruff today. Here's the first offering to Riley from Woodruff, and it is a slider at the knees. It's taken for strike number 1. Austin Riley digs in. He's going to ask for time, steps out for a second. So he wants time to reset here. Get an update on your college football scoreboard in just a second. And here comes a fastball popped up high and deep into right center field. It is going. It is going. It is gone. That ball was absolutely thumped over the right center field wall, and we've got a 3-0 lead. Austin Riley takes Woodruff deep. Outside pitch part of the plate. Pitch was on the outside part of the plate, excuse me. And it was absolutely balloon shot. And the Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0. Outstanding hit by Austin Riley. He hammered that high and deep. Goodbye, that thing was gone. And they'll leave Woodruff in to face Duvall. And here's the first pitch by Duvall, and he's going to take a pitch. It's a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Atlanta 3, Milwaukee nothing. Top of the 6th inning if you're just joining us. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's at the knees inside, and it's 1-1. Sure, a lot of people are just joining with college football games coming to an end. We'll get everyone caught up on that scoreboard in a second. And here comes the 1-1 pitch to Adam Duvall. He gets set, and it is outside the zone. It's 2-1. In the ACC, Virginia Cavaliers outlast Louisville 34-33. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, they win 31-27 over Duke. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Duvall. So he gets set and rocked and fired, popped high, and looks like it's going to stay in play. And the first baseman Escobar is underneath it, corrals it for out number 2. And that will bring to the plate Eddie Rosario. Florida State put away North Carolina today in a big upset, 17.5-point underdogs. They win 35-25. Wake Forest leads over Syracuse in the 4th. We'll keep you up to date on that. Here's the first pitch as Rosario gets set to take it. He get ready for the delivery, swung on and missed high outside the zone. 97 miles an hour fastball, and it's 0-1. Number 11, Michigan State beat Rutgers 31-13. Number 7, Ohio State 66, Maryland 17. And here we go with the 0-1 pitch. It swung on and missed 97 miles an hour right outside the top of the zone, and it's quickly 0-2. Wisconsin folded up Illinois 24-0. And Iowa trails Penn State 20-13. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Woodruff, and his cue shot over to shortstop Adamas has it. He's going to fire over to first. He'll beat out Rosario by about a length of a step, and that'll end the inning, but not before Austin Riley went deep. It's Atlanta 3, Milwaukee nothing. You're listening to Braves baseball. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th.
He only has 3 rings.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing, knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 3-0. If you're just joining us, Austin Riley hit a solo shot last inning and extended the lead 3-0. Before that, in the top of the third, the Braves scored 2 runs. Jorge Soler and Freddie Freeman both scored. And Atlanta leads at 3-0. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th inning in Milwaukee. In a very important game number 2. It's Atlanta just 12 outs away from tying this series up at 1 apiece. Max Fried back out on the mound, 68 pitches into the afternoon. And first pitch is a beautifully thrown slider across, and Rowdy Tellez, who is coming in as a pinch hitter. Remember, he hit a 2-run jack yesterday, the hero of game 1. He takes it for strike number 1. Here comes a curveball popped up on the outside part of the plate. It's going into foul territory. In fact, Max Fried's going to come off the mound and go into foul territory. He'll corral it as they had the shift on. So he actually was the closest one, and it's 1 away here in the 6th inning. Braves would love to see Max go as deep as he can. The woes they've had with the bullpen, and as well as Max's pitching, you'd think he'd have a pretty long leash today. Here comes the first pitch, and it's a fastball at the letters, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, curveball outside the zone, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Colton Wong is 0 for 2 on the day. Fly out and a line out. And curveball swung on and missed at the ankles, and it's 1-2. Gets set for the 1-2 pitch, but Wong steps out of the box for a second, buying a little bit of time, and Wong is set to get in. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Wong. Adames is on deck. Here's the 1-2 pitch Delivery. Darno sets up inside, swung on and missed, strike number 3. And the 8th strikeout for Max Fried on the afternoon. Max Fried has 8 strikeouts through 5 2/3 innings, has allowed 2 hits. He has had pinpoint accuracy today. No walks allowed. And this sets up Adames, righty versus lefty. Adames, 20 home runs on the year. 25 altogether, 20 in the National League. So he was moved in a trade from Tampa early this year. Here he fouls back the first pitch and it's 0-1. Tampa knew that they had not only Wander Franco, but a couple other prospects coming up, and they just had no room. Wasn't that Adames wasn't a good player. They just had no room. So they moved him to Milwaukee early in the season for some good prospects of their own. And here comes the 0-1 pitch from Fried in 95 miles an hour, smack down the right field corner, and Soler is going to give it chase, but he will not get to it. It caroms off the wall. Adames is in second for a 2-out double, and the Brewers causing trouble here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nice piece of hitting by Adames. He went with the pitch. And that's going to bring Escobar to the plate. Escobar is 0 for 2 on the day. I wouldn't think that Snicker would be looking to pull Fried here. He's got a 3-run lead. There's 2 away. No real signs of fatigue. It was actually a very good pitch. It was just one that Adames was ready for. So we'll see what happens here, but Escobar sets in righty versus lefty matchup. Fried fires delivery. The southpaw gets ahead in the count. It's 0-1. That ball was fouled back out of play. 87 miles an hour slider. Escobar has ground out and struck out. Brewers threatening, bottom of the 6th inning. Game 2 in Milwaukee. The Brewers lead the NLDS 1-0. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Max Fried. He fires right up outside the zone, 95 miles an hour, taken high for a ball. It's 1-1. Max Fried trying to get out of this inning. 78 pitches into the outing. If he can get out of here quick, he would come back out for the 7th inning. 95 mile an hour delivery right up outside the zone at the letters high, and it's 2-1. Ball was definitely high, but just barely. It was across the plate. Escobar digs in. 28 home runs on the year. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It's swung on. Curveball. Barely makes contact. Hits it foul off the plate. And we'll do it again at 2-2 now. It's a 2-2 count. Runner on second. 2 away. Deuces are wild. Braves are starting to show some action in the bullpen. It looks like it was Luke Jackson that was starting to take his initial throws. Only 80 pitches into the game for Max Fried. Here's the 2-2 count to Escobar, and swung on and missed, strike 3. 96 miles an hour at the letters, and we'll head to the top of the 7th inning. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0. We'll be back in a flash.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Knicks again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wide out to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Knicks. He floats 1 in the end zone. It is called touchdown Auburn! Sanders caught it! Touchdown Auburn! Touchdown Auburn! Frank Sanders from Knicks. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Knicks to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Glad you're joining us this afternoon. We will have the call Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern. The Atlanta Braves Game 3 in Atlanta. Hopefully in a tied series. It'll be Ian Anderson on the mound. Most likely it'll get Freddie Peralta will get the call. But it's has not been announced yet by Milwaukee. We're going to head to the top of the 7th here, and Hunter Strickland will come into the game, right-hander for Milwaukee. 2.61 ERA this year through 57 games, 58 innings, and 58 strikeouts. He has allowed 8 home runs. The name sounds familiar. Hunter Strickland was the guy that got into it with Bryce Harper a few years back when Strickland was with the San Francisco Giants. And there was a melee on the mound. If you remember Bryce Harper coming out and getting into an absolute brawl, it's about 3-4 years back. That was Hunter Strickland of the Giants at the time. Here comes Hunter Strickland as he fires the first pitch into Darnold. It's a slider. Called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Atlanta 3, Milwaukee nothing. Top of the 7th inning. Atlanta trying to tie this series as we head back to Atlanta on Monday. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Slider outside on the outer part of the zone, and it's 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 delivery to Darnold. Yet to get a hit. Really has looked uncomfortable at the plate the last several games. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is called for a strike, 97 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 1 away here in the top of the 7th inning, and that'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Dansby Swanson trying to get on and get something going here. 27 home runs on the year. It'll be the pitcher spot next. We'll see if they send Fried back out. May a lot have to do with what Dansby does here. Here's the first pitch at the knees, and it's a called strike. It's 0-1. Fried currently is on deck, but that obviously can change in a hurry because they've also got Jock Peterson warming up his bat. So it could be Peterson, it could be Fried. A lot will have to do with what Dansby Swanson does here. And here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it is called for a strike. 87-mile-an-hour slider on the outside part of the zone. This might have a lot to do with what happened yesterday, taking Fried out of the game if he does come out of the game. He looks like he is probably coming out of the game. He is standing in the dugout now. He has grabbed the top step, but we'll see how it goes here. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and yeah, it does look like they are going to pull Fried, as they're showing now a clip of him hugging Darnode, and so it looks like he is done for the night. Just 80 pitches. A little surprising they don't send him back out there as well as he's pitching. Maybe he told Snicker that he's losing it. Never know. So here we go. The 1-2 pitch to Dansby. Can he get something going here? Jock Peterson on deck. 1-2 pitch to Dansby, and it is a fastball low and in the dirt. It's 2-2. Dansby trying to find any way to get on, set up that righty-lefty matchup. Here we go. 2-2 pitch to Dansby Swanson. Lieutenant Dan gets dug into the plate. Strickland's taking a moment here to reset and go through the. Here comes the delivery. It is a slider way outside the zone in the dirt. It was borderline wild pitch if there would have been a batter on, a runner on, excuse me, and it's 3-2 count now to Dansby Swanson. So he tries to find any way to get on with Jock Peterson on deck. 3-2 count to Dansby. Dansby digs in, righty versus righty matchup. Gives a couple of practice swings. Strickland rocks and fires it. It is a fastball popped high, and it is a shallow center field. Lorenzo Cain's easily underneath that, and there are now 2 away with Jock Peterson coming to the plate. Jock Peterson hit a solo shot and is only at bat of the series so far yesterday. Surprised they don't save his bat for a more opportune time if need be later in the game, but they are going to go ahead and burn Peterson here. So he'll come up with nobody on, 2 away. Braves up 3-0. And they're playing a little bit of a shift, but the shortstop is left of the second base bag, so not quite a full shift on. And here's the first pitch loaded in the zone, and it's 1-0. Slider looked like it just missed. Good eye by Jock Peterson. Of course, Jock's got a lot of experience in October. All those years with the Los Angeles Dodgers, he was on last year's World Series championship team. At one point was the number 1 prospect in baseball years ago. And has had a solid Major League Baseball career, but never rose to the heights that everyone thought he would. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Jock, and it is low and outside at the knees, but they're going to call that a strike. Blue with the really inconsistent zone today. Jock kind of looks back at it. They're on the replay. When you see the setup, he missed it by at least one quadrant outside the zone. Terrible call by Blue. So here comes the 1-1 pitch to Jock, and it is swung on and roasted up the middle. It's a worm burner, and Atlanta's got one on, 2 out. Jock Peterson comes up again. Looks like they might pull him for a pinch runner. Peterson, you put him in, he gets base hits. Wonder how much longer he'll be on the bench. This continues. You got some guys who are really struggling in the Braves lineup, and Jock Peterson continues to put that ball in play. Terrence Gore will take on as the pinch runner now in a situation where Atlanta's trying to add another run. This is another surprising move that they would use Gore this early in the game. He is on the roster strictly as a base runner. Fantastic base runner, incredible speed. Had a great year down in the minor leagues. His first appearance as an Atlanta Brave, and they'll throw back over to first. The Brewers are very aware of Gore's speed, and he slides back into first easily, and it's set it back up here is Atlanta trying to get on. Gore, very aware why he's there. He'll try to get over to second so Soler can get him in. They'll throw back over to first once again. We'll see if we can get Strickland to actually throw it to the plate. And Atlanta leads 3-0, but looking for more. Real quick on the college football scoreboard, Wake Forest just walked it off against Syracuse in overtime. They beat them 40-37. Here comes the pitch from Soler to Soler, and first pitch 95 miles an hour inside, and it misses. It is 1-0. Atlanta 3, Milwaukee nothing. And Strickland taking his time as he's keeps looking back over to first, has not offered back over there yet. Here comes the delivery, and Gore is going, and Soler just popped it up high and deep into left center field. It's going back to the wall, and Yelich will catch it on the track as Gore had second base stolen easily. But it was a pitch Soler just couldn't stay off of. He gave it a ride, probably fell maybe 3 feet short of a home run. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Atlanta Braves lead Milwaukee 3-0.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. As the Atlanta Braves lead the Milwaukee Brewers, we're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. Atlanta leads it 3-0. You know, when you put Terrence Gore in there to run with 2 away, someone's got to talk to Soler and let him know, hey, give this man a chance to steal second so a single would score you. I know it was an enticing pitch and he gave it a pretty good ride, but it kind of got jammed inside. It was just Soler's incredible strength that got it all the way to the track. Not killing him for swinging at it, but someone's got to talk to Soler and all the guys before the game and say, look, we put this guy in. We want him to try to steal second and get the scoring position. Here comes the first pitch from Luke Jackson as he does come into the ball game. And the first pitch is swung on and fouled back, and it's 0-1. Jackson facing Avisail Garcia, righty versus righty matchup. And we've got a 0-1 pitch on the way, and it is swung on and missed. Strike number 2. Atlanta leads this. They lead 3-0. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Atlanta 0-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strikeout number 1 for Mr. Luke Jackson. And there's 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Atlanta, bottom of the 7th inning. Atlanta leads 3-0. There's 1 away. And here we go with the first pitch to Yelich. It's a lefty-righty matchup, and it is a curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. Oh, 0-1 pitch to Yelich. And at the knees, it is now 0-2. Curveball. Nice pitch right there at the knees. Starting off curveball. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Yelich, and fastball way outside the zone, 96 miles an hour. And it's 1-2. Luke Jackson coming out of the pen, firing another fastball high and up outside the zone. Can't find the zone with that fastball, and it's up around the chin. 2-2. 1 away. Braves lead it by 3. Urias is on deck, and Lorenzo Cain in the hole. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball and outside the zone, and it's once again 3-2. Had an 0-2 count and have 3 consecutive pitches have missed wildly outside the zone. Luke Jackson making it interesting here. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Slider swung on and missed, and it is strike number 3, out number 2. And quickly, the Braves are 1 out away to heading to the 8th inning. Atlanta leads 3-0. Luke Jackson, two hitters faced, 2 strikeouts. Luis Urias comes up to the plate. Another righty versus righty matchup. If he were to get on, the right-handed Kane is on deck. And the catcher, Manny Pena, in the hole. Here's the first pitch. It's banged foul over towards the Braves dugout, and we'll begin this off with an 0-1. Atlanta 3, Milwaukee 0. Bottom of the 7th inning. Austin Riley hit a solo shot just a couple innings ago to extend it from 2-0 to 3-0. Here we go with the 1-0 pitch, 0-1 pitch, excuse me. And there's a fastball roasted right back up the middle, almost hits Jackson. He dives out of the way. And that was a bullet to center field, corralled quickly by Duvall. But the Brewers got something going here. The ball actually did go off of Jackson's thigh. I think they'll take a look at him, make sure he's okay. He's not showing any signs of pain. I think it just grazed him. Couldn't have gotten a lot of flesh because that ball kept going and it was scalded into center field. It must have just been a glancing blow because they went out to check on him. He said, "Get out of here. Let's get this game back going." And that'll bring up Lorenzo Cain, who is 0 for 2 on the day, but does have 8 home runs on the year, hitting .257 with 36 RBIs, a .730 OPS, and he knows October. Getting a world championship ring with the Kansas City Royals. Here's the first pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Atlanta Braves organization arrived from Milwaukee in 1966, where they moved to Milwaukee in 1953 from Boston. Many nicknames the Braves have had over the years, but they have had the Braves in Boston, Milwaukee, and Atlanta. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It is a wild slider in the dirt, and it's 2-0. The Boston Bees, the Boston Bean Eaters, the Doves, the Rustlers, all been a part of this Atlanta organization since 1871. 2-0 pitch from Jackson. He can't find the zone. Slider in the dirt. I think that ball off the side of his thigh is affecting him more than he's letting on, even if it's just mentally, because we got a 3-0 count. None of these pitches to Kane have been remotely close to the zone, and it's a fastball. It's wide outside the zone. Might as well have been a pitch out, and we're going to have runners on first and second. The tying run's coming to the plate, and they'll come out to the mound. Manny Pena is supposed to be the batter, but Vogelbach is grabbing a bat. Now, whether or not he's going to pinch hit for Pena, it does look like he is coming in to pinch hit for Pena. And if that's the case, would they go to Matzik? Matzik looks like he is ready in the pen. He's just kind of walking around now in the pen. So he is definitely warmed up. Snicker might be buying some time as Matzik looks like he might be ready to come in. We'll see what happens here. Are they going to leave? Okay, Vogelbach has now been officially announced coming to the plate for Pena. The lefty versus righty matchup. That'll bring Snicker out to the mound. And so after all that gamesmanship, it'll officially be Daniel Vogelbach, Big Country, coming to the plate to face Tyler Matzik. We'll take a quick break as we head to the pen. When we come back, the game's on the line. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham, dodges left, and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch, and the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. And so now we're going to have another change. They're going to bring Tyler Matzik onto the mound, but Daniel Vogelbach, who has been announced, will now take a seat as the Brewers wanted no part of that lefty-lefty matchup. That's going to bring Tyrone Taylor up to the mound, up to the plate. And they're going to walk Taylor. Looks like it's going to be an intentional walk. Or are they? Okay, I don't know what in the world they were just doing. It looked like they were sending him down, but they weren't. They were coming back in off the break. There were a couple of runners coming from the dugout during the break. They went and got some water or whatever. So you got runners on first and second. There's two away. Tyler Matzik's on the mound. Lefty versus righty Tyrone Taylor. Tyrone Taylor does have 12 home runs on the year. Here comes the first pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back 96 miles an hour up against the screen, and it's 0-1. The game is on the line here in Milwaukee. The Atlanta Braves 3, Milwaukee nothing. But the tying run is at the plate. There's 2 away. Bottom of the 7th. Milwaukee's best threat so far. Tyrone Taylor digs in and gets ready from the pitch from Matzik. Maxit shimmies and gets ready to come to the plate. He gets the sign. Here's the delivery. He looks back over his shoulder. He rocks and fires it. Fastball swung back 97 miles an hour out of play, and it's 0-2. If Taylor is able to get on, the pitcher spot is next. And then you would go back to the top of the order. Huge, high leverage situation. Can Matzik come through and deliver for the Braves? Here we go again. 0-2. Tyrone Taylor. 247 on the year, 12 home runs. And Matzek rocks and fires, and it is a, oh my word, slider that hit the outside of the zone, was definitely in the zone by far. It was easy. That was an easy strike. And Blue doesn't call it. In fact, Darnode and Matzek were heading back to the dugout. It was so obvious that it was a strike. And they got about 7 or 8 strides away, and Blue had called it a ball. Unbelievable. What a terrible call. If this ends up costing the Braves, that's all anyone will be talking about. Here comes the 1-2 delivery from Matzek, and it is a slider swung on and missing in the dirt. Strike 3. It is corralled by Darnode. That will end the inning. And the Atlanta Braves get out of a dangerous situation. Atlanta leads it 3-0. We head to the top of the 8th.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Right far.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl.
Mark in the air, it's got the distance. Oh, God!
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Milwaukee Brewers 3-0 as we head to the top of the 8th inning. What a sticky situation Atlanta got out of in the bottom of the 7th. If you're just joining us, Atlanta scored 2 in the top of the 3rd, 1 more in the top of the 6th on a solo shot by Austin Riley. The Brewers had something brewing themselves. They had runners on first and second, 2 away, and Tyler Matzek was able to dance out of danger after coming in to relieve Luke Jackson out of his mess. And so we will head to the top of the 8th inning. Aaron Ashby comes in, 4.55 ERA, lefty versus lefty matchup versus Freddie Freeman, and the first pitch delivery is 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Freddie, and it is a slider at the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Ashby working very quickly coming out of the pen, and the 1-1 pitch, fastball across the letters, and it's 1-2. You got to love that when you're a defensive player, seeing that ball come in and out of the glove so quickly, keeps you on your toes. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. It's a fastball outside the zone. It's 2-2. Ozzie Albies is on deck. Austin Riley in the hole. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a Curveball outside the zone. It is 3-2. Ashby. Left-handed hitter, pitcher. The nasty slider. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Fastball, 98 miles an hour. Too much for Freddie there. And it is a strikeout blown away for out number 1. I think Freddie was looking for something off speed there, and he got the gas, and he just could not catch up with it. Here's Ozzie Albies stepping up to the plate. He's 1 for 3 on the day. And he open stance right-handed, and he will get the offering from Ashby. It is a curveball outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Ozzie Albies just a couple of inches from a home run in the 3rd inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch, slider banged foul, and it's 1-1. If you missed it earlier in the 3rd inning, he hit a mammoth shot that went up off the wall, on the top of the wall, hit the yellow part, but in Milwaukee, that is not a home run. That is in play. 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider, sliced foul, and it is now 1-2. So Freddie did score. They challenged it, but to no avail, as in Milwaukee, and it's different in every single park. You just have to know the different rules. And in Milwaukee, the yellow is in play. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ozzie. He rips it to the right side of the infield, and quickly on top of it is Willie Adames. He fires it over to first. He's got Albies by a couple of steps, and there's 2 away in the 8th inning. That brings Austin Riley to the plate, 1 for 3 with a solo shot. If he were to get on, Adam Duvall, who has done much of nothing recently, would come up to the plate. He's got to be due. Too good of a hitter to stay in this kind of a slump for this long. Austin Riley, 1 for 3 with the home run. He takes the first pitch, and it is a curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. Riley, 33 home runs on the year, 286. And here comes the second pitch. It is shot over into the hole of the infield, and the ball is corralled. Balloon throw over to first base. It draws Escobar off the bag, and Riley gets up underneath the tag, goes past first, turns around, gets back on the base. Escobar's wanting a challenge. He thinks he got Riley. So let's look at the replay here, and don't see it there. Let me see if there's going to be enough. You don't really see contact. I would think if he made contact, he would move the glove in some way. And the glove his first baseman glove may have made contact with Riley's gloves that are out of the back part of his pocket. But man, that's going to be difficult to overturn, because as always, as we know, unless there's undisputable evidence, they rarely overturn. We might be sitting here for a minute because that is a very close play. It looks like he missed him, especially when you get the camera angle that is coming from the Brewers side of the dugout, which is probably the best angle, because the one they're showing from the overhead, you can't see anything there. And unless you have a direct ceiling attachment look, there's nothing there. Get you caught up on the college football scoreboard update as they get that situated, as all they're doing is making phone calls to New York and standing there with headsets and staring at the sky. So we'll go ahead and get you caught up on what's important in the world. And Iowa has knocked off undefeated Penn State, number 4 in the country. The number 3 Iowa Hawkeyes beat Penn State 23-20 and remain undefeated and will remain in the top 3 in the country for sure. Big game there. Could they be headed back for a rematch. What a game that was, 23-20. Remember, they're on opposite sides of the divisions in the Big Ten, so you could have a Penn State Iowa rematch in the Big 10 championship. And we finally get a call back from New York, and they're going to uphold the play. Riley is safe. And so we will reset here for a second. Riley's going to be at first. There's nobody out. There's two out, and Duvall's going to come to the plate. They're showing the replay again, but I'm telling you, there's just no way that you could overturn that, because even if you think he might have made contact, which I don't think he did, but if he did, it would have been by the slightest of Riley's gloves coming out of his back pocket, which technically would be an out because it's a part of his uniform. If you wear gloves out of your back pocket and you get tagged there, it's a part of your uniform. But there's just no way to get the video that close to be able to enlarge that and see that. So you got to leave the call as it is. It's one of those plays that had they called him out that you'd have to keep him out. So here comes the pitch. First pitch to Duvall. It is a curveball high and outside the zone. It is 1-0. Adam Duvall has struggled mightily, but Adam Duvall does have 38 home runs on the year. Adam Duvall does have 113 RBIs on the year. Here's a changeup in the dirt, a terribly off pace, and it is 2-0. Atlanta leads it. Two nothing. Atlanta leads it 3-0. It's a 2-0 count. There's two away, and it is a fastball high outside the zone, ball 3. And we've got a 3-0 count to Adam Duvall. If he gets on, Rosario would be on deck and be ready to hit. It would be a lefty-lefty matchup. Would they keep Rosario in, or would they go to the bench? The Braves would have a couple of options if they did decide to go to the bench. And fastball outside the zone, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk. And it would be Ashby versus Rosario. They are going to get a mound visit. We'll see if they're going to the pen, but it doesn't look like Milwaukee has anyone warming up in their bullpen. So this might just be a chat. So will they stay with Rosario? Now the Braves have a couple of options that they could go to. They've already burned a couple of players off their bench, but if you wanted to go right-handed, you could go a couple of ways here. You've got, of course, you've got the catcher, Contreras, but I doubt they would do that. You do have sitting on the bench Heredia, who's also a good glove you could put in the outfield, righty-lefty matchup. And then you've also got Orlando Arcia. But it looks like they're going to continue with the lefty-lefty matchup. Bit of surprise, but not a huge surprise. If Atlanta's trailing in this game, I think you get a different scenario. And here comes the first pitch to Rosario. As Snicker decides not to burn one of his many pinch hitters on the bench, and it's a slider popped up weakly over to the third base side, out of play into the foul territory, but it will stay playable, as right before the camera well, they're going to snag it for the third out, and just like that, Urias puts him out. Unbelievable that with all these bats on the bench, Snickers sticks with Rosario. We'll be back in a flash with Braves baseball.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Brock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball, and the Braves lead it by a score of 3-0 as we are going to head to the bottom of the 8th inning. A little bit of a head scratcher. The Braves had a rally going in the the top of the 8th inning, and with all the extra batters that Snicker has decided to carry, he's going to let him sit there and burn on the bench as he let the left-handed Rosario go in up against Ashby. He looked overmatched. The very first pitch pops it up, and the Braves do not score. So it'll remain 3-0. Matzik stays in the game, and the first pitch to Jace Peterson is outside the zone. It's 1-0. You may remember Chase Peterson played for the Atlanta Braves organization years ago, has been with Milwaukee for some time now. And here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball fired across the letters, and it's 1-1. Jace Peterson played from the Braves from 2015 to 2017. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's wide and wild outside the zone. It's 2-1. Colton Wong and Adames are next. You got to figure Matzik will probably face the first two lefties here, and then they have quite a few righties coming up in the lineup. You would think they would probably go to the pen, but we'll see what happens. As Matzik steps off the rubber, regain himself. You're going to get a 2-1 pitch here from Matzik. And he rocks and fires wild outside the zone, 96 miles an hour, up around the shoulders, and it's 3-1. Matzik looks to have lost a bit of the touch on the fastball. Here's a 3-1 pitch from Matzik, and fastball way high outside the zone. Darnode had to leap up and grab it, and we've got a leadoff walk, and we all know that turns into trouble. Bottom of the 8th, Milwaukee threatening. The Braves lead it 3-0. But this game far from over. Kranczyk, the pitching coach, is going to come out of the dugout and talked to Matzik. I think he's just kind of laid the scenario out to him that you've got Wong about to come up to hit. So lefty versus lefty. It looks like Huascar Ynoa, the right-hander, is getting warm in the pen. Will Smith is also getting loose, but I'd say he probably just started that up. So he knows he'll probably be called upon at some point tonight. So here comes the first pitch to Colton Wong, and it is fastball across the letters, and it's in the zone. It's 0-1. Game on the line here. The Braves lead by 3, but there's nobody out. One on, top of the bottom of the 8th, and a fastball fouled back and out of play. It'll be 0-2. This could very well be Matzik's last at bat. Last batter he faces. Willie Adames, the hard-hitting right-handers on deck. Then, of course, you've got Escobar in the hole and Avisail Garcia after that. So after this, you've got 3 hard-hitting right-handed hitters to navigate through. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Matzik, and it is popped into the outfield, and it's going to get down. It's one of those seeing eye singles, Texas bloopers off the fists, and Wong gets it going here. You got runners on first and second, nobody out. And I would think this will send us to the pen because Matzik, unable to get anybody out here. It's a very fortuitous swing by Adames. They are going to leave Matzik in. Now, this is surprising. The tying run is coming to the plate. Remember, Matzik came in last inning. So here we go. The game on the line. And the first pitch is a fastball at the knees. It is 0-1. Game on the line. 2 on. Adames at the plate. Matzik at the mound. Snicker asleep at the wheel. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And it is curveball way inside. It's 1-1. Matzik does do well against righties, but you would just tend to think this is when they would bring in Ynoa, but maybe they feel it's a little too close to call to bring Ynoa in. It's been spotty from time to time and hasn't really pitched much out of the pen. Remember, he's been starting. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball popped up out of play, and it's 1-2. 97 miles an hour. Matzik really dialing it up. There's 2 on. Nobody out. Here we go with Adames at the 1-2 count. Escobar on deck. Both of them very capable of tying the game. Here's the 1-2 delivery. And the wind up. The pitch. Fastball swung on and missed outside the zone. It's strikeout for Matzik and 1 away. And it'll bring another hard-hitting power hitter. Escobar is a switch hitter, so you can see why it doesn't really matter if you bring in the righty or the lefty. Escobar hits a little better from the right, but more power from the left. So that might be why they're trying to see if they can navigate with Matzik. They are going to leave Matzik on the mound. If he gets past Avisail Garcia, the right-hander, with 29 home runs, comes up after Escobar, the switch hitter, with 28 home runs. White knuckle time here in Braves country. And here we go. The first offering to Escobar. And it's got a slider outside the zone. And they're saying he offered at it? They are saying he offered at it. Looks like it'll be 0-1. I guess he did. From the blind view there, it didn't quite look like it. It's kind of a nonchalant, but he did his it looked like his wrist did go around. So either way, we'll take it. 0-1 pitch, and Escobar is going to call time. Blue jumps out the back of the play to call time, so Matzik sees him. And so we've got 0-1 count, 2 on, 1 away. Bottom of the 8th, trouble a-brewing in Milwaukee. And here comes the 0-1 pitch from Matzik, and it is called for a strike. Nice, nasty pitch slider, and it's 0-2. That thing just kind of dropped in there at the knees across the plate. I think it just kind of buckled him. Wasn't quite expecting it. So where does he go now? Looks like Inoue is ready. It looks like Will Smith is ready in the pen. Will this be Matzik's last batter? Here's the 0-2 pitch from Tyler Matzik, and he hit a slider that is just fouled. Barely got a piece of that, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Game is on the line. Matzik's on the ropes. Milwaukee, they're on their feet. From the dugouts to the stands, there's not a person sitting in the house. Braves trying to get out of this. A double play would get them out of the inning. A strikeout would get them one step closer. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Setting up inside, and fastball popped high, and it'll be out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Escobar doing a great job of battling here, trying to figure out a way to figure out Matzik. Matzik has now thrown 20 pitches. For a guy coming out of the pen, that's quite a bit. 20 pitches. He got the last out of the last inning and the first out of this inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Matzik. So he looks back the runners, and it is popped high and deep into right field, but Solaire's underneath it easily. He's going to fire it back into the infield, and on the play, the runner will advance from second to third. Colton Wong goes from second to third. Solaire does a good job of getting that ball back in, but he was tagging all the way. So you're going to have runners on the corners now. And there's going to be, I think I said Colton Wong. It was Jace Peterson that went from second to third. Colton Wong is still on first. So you're going to have runners on the corners, Avisail Garcia, and they're leaving Tyler Matzik in again. So this is interesting. Lefty versus righty matchup again. Will it go in the Braves' favor? Tempting fate. Here comes the Delivery from Matzik with the runners on the corner, 2 away. Braves up by 3. The tying run at the plate, fastball outside the zone, and Darno is able to keep it from going to the backstop, and it's 1-0. Atlanta leads 3-0 in the bottom of the 8th inning, scoring 2 in the 3rd, and then getting a solo home run later on in the 6th inning by Austin Riley. That's how we got to this point. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball. Good swing, good hack, but fouled back. And it'll be 1-1 to Avisail Garcia. He had a home run cut. That was a button popper right there. He was trying to take it to the downs and tie this ball game. So here we go. Once again. 3-0 your score. Tying run at the plate. The 1-1 pitch. And swung on and fouled back 97 miles an hour. Same location, same cut. Garcia just missed it, and it's 1-2. I don't know how many more times he wants to go to that well, but you got a 1-2 count. There's 2 away, runners on the corners. Atlanta leads it by 3, but one swing could change all that. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Matzik, and 97 miles an hour, fouled back, and it's 1-2. Look like the same exact pitch once again. How many more times will they tempt fate here? One-two count to Garcia. The Braves a strike away from getting out of this mess. The Brewers a swing away from tying this mess. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Garcia. And Darno sets up inside. Is slider at the knee, swung and missed. Strike 3, and the Braves are out of it. We head to the 9th inning. Your Atlanta Braves 3, Milwaukee Brewers nothing. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
We can't urban darn your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow! Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, full slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car that dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back to Atlanta Braves baseball as the Braves lead this National League Division Series game number 2, 3-0, trying to tie the series up. They've been dancing through the raindrops, whistling through the graveyard, however you want to put it, is this game is a nail biter. Milwaukee threatening once again. In the bottom of the 8th, we head to the top of the 9th inning. It's going to bring Brad Boxberger to the mound. Boxberger, 334 average, 334 ERA, has 83 strikeouts through 64 innings on the year. And the Atlanta Braves are going to try to add to this lead. Would love a little more cushion. Travis d'Arnaud 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And if Brad Boxberger has been in the league for quite some time, was a Tampa Bay Rays of most note from 2014 to 2017. Here's the first pitch, and it's 1-0. And the 1-0 pitch is on the way. Swung on and missed. Slider up outside the zone, and it's 1-1. He's played for the Padres, Rays, Diamondbacks, Royals, and most recently the Miami Marlins. You remember him from last year. And here's the 1-1 pitch. It's inside, almost makes contact with d'Arnaud, and it's 2-1. 33-year-old right-hander from Fullerton, California, gets set to deliver the 2-1 pitch, and fastball just under the elbows, and they'll call it an inside strike. It's 2-2. Touched a bit of the plate. d'Arnaud, I think, was looking for something out and away. They set up out and away, and here's the 2-2 pitch, and fastball caught looking, watching the paint dry. It's strike number 3, 94 miles an hour on the black, and there's one away. Think he was looking for something off speed and just could not pull the trigger, couldn't get the bat up off his shoulders. That's going to send Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson is yet to reach tonight. First pitch at the knees on the outside part of the plate, 95 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Swanson does have 27 bombs on the year. And Boxberger, fastball inside. Does Swanson go around and offer Angel Hernandez down at first base? As he does not. And so that'll be a ball, and it's 1-1. Craig Counsell thought that he did go. Swanson kind of spun around, but whether or not he offered, that's always the judgment call of the first base umpire or third base, depending on which way you're going. It's the undefined rule of baseball. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Brad Boxberger, and it's a slider swung on and missed outside the outer part of the plate, and it's 1-2. Boxberger leans in and gets ready to deal. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and fastball just missed inside. It's 2-2. That was a close one. It was definitely a ball, but by just a hair or two. Might have been too close to take, but we'll take it. And here comes the 2-2 pitch, slider just outside the zone, and it's 3-2. 2 pitches back to back that Boxberger missed by just an inch or so on each side. Orlando Arcia has grabbed a bat and he will be hitting for the pitcher spot. And so here comes the 2-2 pitch slider inside, popped up by Swanson, and it's going to get corralled easily by Escobar, who comes in from the first base bag, and there's 2 away in the top of the 9th inning. Atlanta 3, Milwaukee nothing. The Braves are just 3 outs away from tying this series. It heads back to Atlanta Monday afternoon. Game 3 is Monday afternoon at 1:00 Eastern. We will have the call. Game 4, which will take place now, is Tuesday. If the Dodgers and Giants go 4 games, that game is set to take place at 5:07 first pitch Tuesday. Here's a first pitch to Arcia, fastball across the middle of the zone, and it's 0-1. If the Giants were to sweep the Dodgers, that game would get bumped up to prime time. Well, let's just assume that series is not a sweep. Atlanta will play at 1:00 on Monday. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's low, and we'll give that a 1-1 count. They'll play at 1 p.m. Eastern on Monday and 5:07 on Tuesday, assuming Atlanta holds on here. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider just below the knees, and it's 2-1. Boxberger, 14 pitches into the inning. Behind in the count, 2-1, and a fastball swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. Arcia just missed that. He straightens that bat line off just an inch or so, and that ball's probably a double in the gap. Milwaukee will be coming to the plate in the bottom of the 9th inning, trying to tie it up. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fastball outside the zone, high, and it's 3-2. Arcia can get on here. Jorge Soler is on deck. He just missed a home run earlier, and Freddie Freeman is in the hole. 3-2 pitch, Arcia, and it is wide and inside for ball number 4. He'll take the first base bag, jog down there, and here comes Jorge Soler. Jorge Soler 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored. Just missed from being 2 for 4 with the home run. Yelich caught that ball at the wall last time up. Here comes the first pitch to Soler, and it is a fastball, swing that slaps it foul towards the Brewers dugout, and it's 0-1. Soler tried to hold up as that pitch was just inside the strike zone, but his bat just kind of tailed out and made contact. So it's 0-1. Brad Boxberger on the mound. 0-1 pitch, and it is a nasty slider, fouled back, and it's 0-2. Getting set for the 0-2 count. Here's the delivery as he leans in, gets the sign. Looks back over the first to keep the runner honest. 0-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and popped high and deep, but out of play. That is a loud foul. went way up into the upper deck. He mashed that ball, was way out in front. So it's 0-2. If you missed it earlier, number 3 Iowa beats number 4 Penn State. Here's a fastball, almost hits Soler in the head. He dives out of the way. I believe it was just his helmet came off. Did not make contact, but man, was that close and dangerous. That ball got away from Boxberger. I don't even know how the catcher was able to jump up and catch it. The ball came shot out of a cannon. So Arcia is going to stay at first. Incredible defensive play by the catcher. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Soler, and fastball popped up high and towards the Brewers dugout. Is it going to stay in play? No, just out of reach of Escobar, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Number 3 Iowa beat number 4 Penn State earlier today, 23-20 in college football. Other top 25 action. These are all finals. The Bulldogs of Georgia went on the Plains in Auburn 34-10. Oklahoma, number 6, beats number 21 Texas 55-48. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Soler. He pops it up high, and it is a can of corn that's going to bring rain. Wong is underneath it for the final out of the inning. And we'll head to the bottom of the 9th with the game on the line. Yelich, Urias, and Kane. And Will Smith is coming out of the pen as those bullpen doors swing wide open.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball as the Braves are clinging to a 3-0 lead. And here comes Will Smith. We all know what that means. Oh, get your paper bags ready because it's time to hyperventilate and get ready for the last 3 outs, as they're usually very entertaining here with Will Smith coming in to slam the door. The bullpen doors have swung open, and here he comes. We appreciate you tuning in here to Braves baseball. We will be back on the call Monday afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern. Atlanta, Milwaukee, game 3 of this best of 5 series, a critical game that will most likely have Ian Anderson against probably Peralta. They have not announced it for Milwaukee yet. Here comes Yelich as he digs in for the first pitch, and it is outside, 94 miles an hour, and it's ball number 1. Will Smith did not come into yesterday's game, so should be well rested. And a first pitch strike on the outside part of the plate, fastball, and it's 1-1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Will Smith. Other finals in the college football. Oh, slider outside the zone, swung on and missed. It's 1-2. Boise State upsets number 10 BYU 26-17. That's a final. Number 19 Wake Forest is still undefeated, beating Syracuse. That's a final. Here's the 1-2 pitch, slider in the dirt, and not offered by Yelich, so it's 2-2. SMU holds on and beats Navy 31-24. And the Iowa Hawkeyes 23-20 winners over Penn State. I don't think that's the last time we'll see those two play. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Darno sits up on the outside part of the plate, slider, and wide outside the zone. It's 3-2. Here we go again. A 3-2 count. Nobody on. Atlanta up by 3. Trying to hold on here for the first win of the series. And fastball fouled back at 95 miles an hour. And it's 3-2. We'll do it again. Urias is on deck. After Urias, it's Kane, the catcher spot at Manny Pena, and Brandon Woodruff. Vogelbach was burned earlier in the game off the bench. So here comes a fastball, and Smith misses it high and outside the zone. And it's, here we go. Braves let the leadoff runner on in a 3-0 game in the 9th inning. You see them flash over to the dugout, and all of the Braves managers have this look of, oh, here we go again on their face. Will Smith digs in. It's almost like he doesn't even get the blood going until there's real danger. Whether it's a home run or letting a leadoff runner on. Here's the first pitch, and it is dropped in for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Nice curveball by Smith to Luis Urias. One for 3 on the night. Urias digs in. The 0-1 pitch from Will Smith. He looks back the runner at first as Yelich leads off. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and swung on and missed. Curveball, and it's 0-2. And strangely, Urias kind of jogged off. I think for a split second in his head, he might have thought that that was a third strike on him. It's just 0-2. It might have just been him losing his balance, but he sure did take a good little stroll towards the dugout. He's back in. He gets set. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Smith to Darno, and swung on and hit high and over into left field, and it's going to drop for a base hit. There's now runners on first and second, nobody out, and Will Smith got it in danger again. Here we go. Dancing through the minefield with Will Smith. There's a broken bat single. As you see the bat snapped in half. but he got just enough. I think if that bat doesn't break, the ball probably goes foul, but it kind of deadened it and it dropped it into fair territory. And here comes Lorenzen Cain looking at the other options that they have on their bench. Jackie Bradley Jr., a lefty, sits on their bench. Here comes the first pitch to Cain. He pops it up high, and it is caught by Duvall. He fires it back into the infield. There's quickly one away. Duvall slid over to right field. That puts Heredia into center. Cain trying to go for the downs to start off the at bat, and got decent contact, but just got a little too much air underneath it. So Tellez has already been burned off the bench. Vogelbach was burned off the bench. Tyrone Taylor was burned off the bench. It's the catchers and JBJ, and Luke Mail will come off the bench to pinch hit. And here's the first pitch. It's rocketed over to Austin Riley. He picks it up, scoops it over to second. It's a double play. Taylor made as Ozzie Smith grabs it, fires it over to first base, and the game is over. The Atlanta Braves hold on and win 3-0 in heart-stopping fashion, as only Will Smith knows how to do. And everyone gets a collective sigh of relief, as it was first pitch hunting by Mail, a 300 hitter. And what a way to get out of this game. Will Smith had a mess on his hands. There were 2 on, nobody out, and 2 consecutive pitches puts the game out. Cain pops up, and Mail comes off the bench to hit into a tailor-made double play. Great defensive play by Austin Riley, who scooped it up at third, but it was hit right at him. And he hit the man at second, Ozzie Albies. Ozzie turned it, and that is going to do it. The Atlanta Braves have tied this series up. It's 1 apiece. We are going to head back to Atlanta Monday afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll have the call here. Take a breath, Braves country. We've got a W. We've got a tie series heading back to Atlanta. They've got to beat us in our park to bring it back to Milwaukee. We'll see you Monday. Thanks for tuning in. Please like and subscribe to the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. For everyone behind the scenes, I'm Mac McGee. Thank you for listening to Braves Baseball. We'll bring it back to you Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're on the air tomorrow with the Fantasy Football Show at 10 a.m. Eastern as well. The handicappers, please tune in. We will see you tomorrow, and we'll see you for first pitch on Monday. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
you're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a.
He's probably
These
from
are
a Big Ten.
promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
point. They were in a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not gonna let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call,
this works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're gonna have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.